Are the ads done? Adverts? Hello? Ads are done. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Lion. I hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday. I'm having an interesting Wednesday. Day of the week that starts with when and ends with what? Or where? All right. So I've been doing some database work, and I thought that I'd be able to get it done with these extra few moments before the stream, but I'm still in the middle of it. So I'm going to try to do some of it on the screen and maybe get this stuff done. It would be cool if, it would be neat if, okay, let's go to the screen. Let's see what's going on. First of all, let's see where we're looking out. It looks like it's raining and or snowing wherever we are seeing out the window. And the window is looking out over Chicago, Illinois in March, only 2 months ago. 3 months ago now, I guess. Time, man, time. There was still snow on roofs. It looks like it's kind of snowy, drippy. It's kind of weird because the sky is fairly cloudless. I mean, there are scattered clouds, but not enough to make it look like it should be raining. Unless that's melting snow. I got it. I figured it out. I solved the puzzle. Hello, DC Aggie. Anyway, DC Aggie says, I know it's not Community Day, but I'd really like to ask the group for advice on hosting services. I have Ionos, and they keep raising the prices. I think that's an I, right? Ionos. I mostly just need wildcard email addresses from 2 domains, star@domain.com. If anyone has someone they like, I'm all ears. Yeah. So definitely, of course, Discord would be a place to post. Mine, TBD Gamers, I think Findle started a Discord. Anywhere but the usual suspects where they're just going to berate you for asking a question. Can't believe you asked a question. You should learn how to ask questions. Blech. But yeah, you're always welcome to petition for any help like that. Just don't expect me to look it up on screen. Especially since you're asking everyone, I don't feel compelled to or anything. You were just asking anyone that happens to be here, and you might, I'll try to remember, but you might ask a couple more times throughout the stream. I have no idea. Like, I do see the email that I get after the stream, but only briefly so that I can clear it from my unread emails, and the curve kind of goes like this for a number of viewers, so we probably don't have as many viewers at the beginning of the stream as we do throughout the middle of the stream. But yeah, I definitely don't. I've only been using SendGrid, which allows me to send from any domain. With a reply to any other domain. But that's only for our internal work stuff, and it's only one email address. And then the one that I use for my business, for my domain, is registered through AWS. So, and that probably would get super expensive for more than 2 email addresses, more than 3 email addresses. Plus storage, plus all that. And thank you so much for the follow. I don't show the names of new followers in case you just wanted to follow and lurk, but you are definitely welcome to chat, to speak up if you so desire. You're very welcome here. Okay. So the database stuff that I've been working on this morning is that all of those records that were created, man, that's going to be really hard though. All of those records that were created in test need to be recreated in production. They're okay with re-uploading the data, but the hard one was adding the chain of custody records and getting that to work. So they were just like, can't you just, copy over the records from the test database to production? And it's like, yeah, no, because they all get their own IDs and they all have to go through that process. So what I think I'm going to do, because I want to please the customer and it's not hard work, I want to just create the records myself. Yeah. I mean, like, is there any way? Is there any way? Like, the first thing that I need to know is what records get created when you first create a new chain of custody. Then maybe we can script a select that will give me the rows and columns that I can just do for the first step and then do everything else in chain of custody app. Ugh, thought I was about to have a Black Swan moment there. The movie with, who is that? Who is in that movie? Is that Natalie Portman? I can't remember. Anyway, doesn't matter. Moving on. Not the actual ballet, but the movie with actress. Let's go to the RMA chain of custody app. Is where I want to go. And then I'll tell you about the other things that I've been doing since the last stream towards RTRAC. I haven't worked on RTRAC itself because I've been doing that mostly on stream, but I have worked on the satellite libraries, the database, the converting the stored procedures to the class library and still working through that. There are 207, 204 stored procedures that all have their quirks and weirdnesses that don't translate directly over to C#. So it's like, and not only that, but the fact that the majority of the stored procedures are written in the style of select blah into cursor and then while fetch into blah, 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 pretty much a for each item. And the results do this thing on it. And then inside of those is execute another stored procedure that says select star from table where ID is the one that we're passing in. And so we're doing all of these selects, all of these additional lookups and stuff inside of the stored procedures that we can optimize. But there's so much logic that I don't know whether we're keeping the same logic, the original intent of the stored procedure. And it's just so much to keep track of. Don't cry for me, Argentina. But yeah, I'll do my best to remember to bring up your question a couple of times throughout the stream, DC Aggie. And of course, feel free to do so as well. Okay, we want to know what happens when we save the current record. Oh. It's going to be a new record. Save chain of custody. Whew. Oh man. So how is it? How is your week going? Anyone that feels like talking about your week, please feel free to let us know in chat if that is something you feel like talking about. Okay, so let's say that we are saving a chain of custody record with status A. So number one is we want to create these records with status A, which stands for what? Test RMA chain of custody. A. I really need to pay attention to the screen. I'm so used to always typing in my PIN when that thing pops up. And sometimes it doesn't pop up if I recently already typed my PIN. And so I'll just end up typing the PIN into the username field, which is one of the stupidest security features you can have. Just always ask me. If I'm going to have that feature on, always ask. Okay, so let's say we were going to create a new record. Oh, A is for actives. Good. Good. Goody two shoes. Goody two shoes. Speaking of shoes. Oh my goodness. This weekend was actually, was it just last night? It was last night. Was incredible in the story writing realm. We have the ending. We know how the series ends. It's very exciting. Hello, Marcus Voice Coder. So shout out to Marcus Voice Coder while we're here so I don't forget. Shout out Marcus Voice Coder, who has been streaming increasingly more lately, but no pressure on you, of course. It's just really cool to see your streams when you do stream. Just so you know, your mic is super quiet though. Yeah, super duper quiet. But he, as his name implies, he streams using his voice. He does use his mouse on occasion when he has to. Most of the time it is just voice controlled using Talon and another Visual Studio Code extension. He's been doing a lot of the coding. And just because it's a word that I don't like to say doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the art of it, and there is an art to it in my opinion. And he created a Visual Studio Code extension. Sorry, Visual Studio Code? Yeah, Visual Studio Code extension. And he didn't write any of the code. I created a browser extension without, I didn't create a browser extension. Copilot created a browser extension that I've been wanting for a while. Let me see if I can show it off without actually breaking stuff. Let's go with oh my gosh, that's one thing that I can't stand though. Okay, so this should be good. Let me collapse that. Let me grab that. Do I even have it in this browser? Okay, so I'm going to install this extension. Let me just see what folders show up. Okay, I think I should be able to install this on screen. So, I now understand how to make local Chrome browser extensions. Because of it. Okay. Oops. So this one is specifically for being able to take a ChatGPT conversation and copy it to Markdown or download it as an actual Markdown file. So if I copied it to Markdown and I went to Notepad, reopen the file. I don't want it open. I just want Notepad. Okay. And I pasted it in, then we get model status. Did I need to give it permissions or something to be able to copy? Maybe if I refreshed. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Then that copies the conversation to clipboard with Markdown. And I use these character separators to say, here's start a file. So the thing that you do is you split on start a file, and you'll be able to get the title from the text immediate before record separator, before field separator. So within each record, you get the speaker, field separator, the actual message. But yeah, so I thought it was very cool. Okay. And it works. It does exactly what I want it to do. And then I take that Markdown file, I put it in another application, and I pretty much keep a history of conversation that I'm going to essentially vectorize and use as an extended memory, expose an API endpoint for that particular GPT to be able to access, use as an extended memory, and host locally on my machines. It's one of the main things I want to do with it. So that's fun. That's cool. But yes, Marcus is saying, I thought it was something that was going to take me ages, but it just did it straight off. Something I've wanted for ages as well in Visual Studio Code. Maybe you could test it on Friday. Absolutely will. Remind me though. Yeah, it's really cool. It's again, I didn't create it. Copilot created it entirely, and all I did was put down the requirements in a structured, formatted way that it was able to follow, and it pretty much nailed it on the first try. It's very cool. Unless you're talking about Marcus's. Marcus's, I didn't actually read what it was yet, but we will definitely look at it on Friday. Yes, first try. Whew, okay. So A records. That's what Notepad is open for, because I need to take these notes. Change to status A during the insert into generated script. But yeah, I've mentioned it before, but the way that I've been using AI myself is that I'll have it working on some feature, some part of some functionality. Like right now it's converting stored procedures to C#, and then I am manually reviewing every single one of the stored procedures that gets translated. Yeah, that's a good word, from SQL to C#. and making sure that they still do follow the functionality, because these are mission critical stored procedures. If any of them are incorrect, then we will have data that is incorrect, and we report our data from the lab to regulatory agencies. And so we need to be as accurate as possible with those. And that just goes to show how comfortable I am and how comfortable you might be able to be yourself quite often. So in that case, it does a good job of scaffolding everything for me as far as the method signature, the return type, and the overall logic. But for every single one that I've reviewed so far, there has been one major thing that has at least one major thing that was incorrect, and it could be in the way it calculates something or looks up a record in another database, because it's trying to optimize at the same time as doing the conversion. Because it's like, I'm not going to write code that's just going to do a for each 3 times nested. I'm going to write code that does a bulk insert, bulk update, use EF extensions for all of that stuff. And it's like, cool. I really like using those. Let's keep using them. However, pay close attention to the logic and make sure that it matches exactly, that the final output is exactly the same thing you would get from running this stored procedure. And that's where it's been struggling. Maybe I'll show some of those, like where I'm currently at with that. Some of the situations where it's actually, like one of them was just perform a select and return the results. That was the whole point of that one stored procedure. And for whatever reason, it was doing select from a different table entirely and insert into the error records table if something was incorrect. And that's not what that one does at all. It's just get the values from this table, like a repository get kind of situation. But for now, I need to get these records copied over. Oh, yeah. I'm just writing notes to myself. So what I'm trying to do is get the records for the... Uh-oh. Oh, because they're unexported. I thought I clicked on exported. I was like, what in the world? Hi, TBD. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're able to get all the things done. It sounds like it's fighting you. I hope it doesn't fight you very hard. I hope they're able to get all of the things restored, taken care of, brought back, and improved even. But yeah, I pretty much need to select all of these records that are for lab EF. And then when I'm creating the insert into, because I'm going to do these as insert into scripts. I'm not just going to copy the data from the table over, because the IDs are going to be updated. They're going to be different for any of the related tables. Okay, what else happens when we create a new record? We change the save as COC type to S. I don't even think that that is a thing we would need to do in SQL. Because I don't think that that's an actual field. I think it's just a switch that I use here. Where did I get S? Oh, the request save type. Oh, not S. Not S. This is definitely not S. S is submit. Thank you for the lurk, DC Aggie. So as a quick note, DC Aggie is wondering if anyone has any suggestions for an email or a hosting service that allows wildcard email addresses for 2 domains. He's paying out of the Woozaw, or they're paying out of the Woozaw for a service called Ionos. I think that's an I. I can't tell though. Yes, it's an I. Ionos. 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 And they keep raising their prices. So if you do have any suggestions, either PM him, respond here in chat, and I'll try to get the message to him when he comes out of lurk. Or if he's listening while he's lurking, then maybe he'll hear me read it out. Or on Discord. Feel free to see it there. The hair. Oh, Lint. The cat. The cat pictures. They're so good. Okay. I just use Azure Communications, says Marcus. Yeah, and I use AWS Workplace Mail or something like that. But that doesn't allow for wildcard domains, I don't think. And then the Microsoft Partner Program pretty much allows you to create email addresses that are aliases for your actual email addresses. I think. I can't remember. Okay, but I noted your thing in case DC Aggie didn't hear it. Then I will try to relay that to him the next time he's around. Okay, and then we validate the model. We don't need to do any validation for this. We create a transaction. Okay, so we start with the chain of custody head record, and we add samples and methods to it. And I think those are called COC SAMP and COC Meth. And they should have foreign keys for the COC ID. And let's just verify, man, I have the database. Well, yeah, let's do it on screen. Let's verify that this COC ID is the foreign key into the COC table, COC head table. COC SAMP columns. COC ID is the foreign key, which means that we should have a constraint. Nope. A index. There we go. For... No, none of those are foreign keys. I didn't know that the foreign key shows up under keys. I mean, it makes sense and all, but I totally thought that, like, it didn't. It's just okay, look, I know how life works. But yes, this is on the chain of custody head table on the COC ID column. Good. Wait, what did we just read? I think I just read something weird. It's not on the primary key column. It's not. What even is that? Night. So the COC ID here is a foreign key to the COC ID column in the COC head table, not the PK column. And I'm assuming that the COC ID is an alternate key. Why? COC samp ID dot COC ID equals COC head dot COC ID. And I'm going to assume the same is true for COC meth. COC ID is a foreign key. That's a string, which means that it's going to be the foreign key into COC head dot COC ID. Yep. Weird. COC meth, COC ID equals COC head dot COC ID. So we can do those all at once. This means we can insert all COC head where lab equals EF. There was a lab column in COC head, right? I mean, select. And select from COC samp where COC ID in COC IDs from the previous query. Okay. What do you say? What do you say? Lab code. Okay, so that takes care of the samp and meth. Now the difficult one is going to be any relationships between COC samp and other tables and COC meth and other tables. So that would be if we don't have a chain of custody ID. No, if we do have a chain of custody ID, look for it. If you can't find it, give an error. If we don't have a chain of custody ID, create a new chain of custody ID. We don't need to worry about that because we will have our chain of custody. We won't have our chain of custody IDs. More records would have been created in production. So that bites. After getting these records, and yeah, so I'll fill in the rest of the records, like the analyses. That's going to be the important one. But we'll get to that shortly. Next are getting analyses from COC samp. But why does that say kermeth? Are you... I told you, we're going to get back to that. Hold on. One thing at a time. After getting these records, all of the... Oh, and... Yeah. We'll need to get the correct next COC IDs and replace them. Goodness me, I'm going to need to coordinate with the field supervisor to make sure he doesn't create any new records while I'm doing this. Okay, so there's our method for doing this. This is not this is not Notepad++. In case anyone was wondering, this is not Notepad++. Oh, goodness me. All right. So we get our new chain of custody ID. We update all of the chain of custody IDs to replace them. Yeah, we have all of this stuff from the original chain of custody record. This is obfuscating them or something. I don't know. In dev. The remarks. Remarks is just a property, right? A string property. Were any of these other related tables? Or are all of you just fields in that table? Night. Nope. Heh. Okay. If is create from template, it is not. Or it is not save, but it will be save. Then we turn the samples into the entity model, COC samp. That's fine. This is the same as just querying for all of the samples from COC samp table. And then this is all updating the samp. This should probably be in its own method if we were refactoring this right now, which we're not. We're doing the same thing for analyses, which is coming from, yeah, this is, oof. The data structure for this form is insane. You can see where we have these rows here, but it's split up into different sections where each of these rows to the left of this number of containers is the COC samp record part, and then each of these are the COC method part. But each of the methods as an array is associated with a COC samp record. So we have multiple methods for a single samp record, but we have multiple samples for a method record. So, yeah, I don't wanna. You can make me. So anyway, point is we are getting the methods. All of this has already been done. They're already in the database. We're just querying for the methods. So there really isn't any other table that is affected by this save process. It doesn't seem. Yeah, we're only adding records to COC head, COC samp, and COC meth. What about COC bottle? When does that get updated? Save the changes and we return the new list of chain of custody records. No, we return the specific chain of custody record. Okay, so there is truly nothing with COC bottle. All right, let's just see what these queries look like right off the bat and see what kind of mess we can get ourselves into. New query, please. Select star from COC head. What even is that? Where lab code equals, wait, EF underscore. Why was I doing underscore EF in my notes? Is Control Shift E? Okay, so we do have records from that. That's a start. I'm going to use Excel to write some SQL. Because as we all know, Excel is the best database. Why would you ever want to use anything else? Okay, please tell me that we get the header row. Thank you. Arigato momichi. All right, so are any of you number? Yeah, purchase date, purchase order number. You should be a text so that we don't accidentally lose anything. Anyone else? You are being treated as text. Don't need the word null, but I'm going to do that later. Actually, I'm going to keep the nulls there. And why are there... These are templates. We don't want templates. So let me update my notes. Actually, let me just update this. And COC type is exported. Okay, okay. Then we want our, welcome back DC Aggie. So I don't know if you heard, but Marcus Voice Coder said he just uses Azure Communications. I don't know what it is or if it actually works for your situation. Next we need to select star from COC SAMP. I mean, I'm doing this once, so I'm not too worried about oh, yeah. I'm not too worried about repeating the query or having an inefficient query. This is what I'm trying to say. Here we go. Anyone else getting treated as a number that shouldn't be treated as a number? No. Okay, so this is chain of custody head. I'll check it out. My needs are simple, 2 domains, and I want emails forwarded star@mydomain.com to my actual email address. Yeah, so kind of like a an alias that just uses a wildcard. So hosting 2 domains and providing wildcard email and forwarding. This one will be COC SAMP. Okay, so select star from COC SAMP. I was going to just do a join. I mean, why not? Let's just join them. Inner join on COCID. The other approach I could have taken was just do a subquery in here. Select select star from COC samp where COCID in this query up here. But instead, we're just going to do it this way. And so that should give me... Oh, I put .s. Why didn't anyone tell me? I don't know how to write SQL. So these should be all of the COC samp records for the COC IDs above, or so we hope. So we hope we don't lose any data when we do this. Then we need to do the same thing, but for the COC meth table. And of course, I have to go through and re-update my aliases because I need them to be right. Because they absolutely affect the query. Goodness me. Okay, so we have our COC samp, which we're going to need the field sample ID, the samp date, samp time. So column 2, 5, 6. 2, 5, and 6 to be text columns. 2, 5, and 6 text columns. And I do this before I paste so that it doesn't try to treat these as numeric numbers. Instead, they are numbers stored as text. Same for the samp date, which is really dumb. Why isn't it just a date field? Why does it have to be a string? Ah. Don't mind me. I'm okay. I'm okay. And then this one needs 2, 4, 2 and 4 to be text fields. Impasta? No, I forgot to copy with headers. Did I even copy this one as well? Okay, all right. And yes, I do have to go through and freeze the top row for all of these because habit is kind of what happens. Okay. So for our SQL queries, we're going to want the updated COC ID for one, updated COC ID is going to need to get filled in. We will specify that ourselves. Each of these is then going to do a lookup. Updated COC ID is going to do a lookup into the first worksheets thing index of BB, $B through $B, match $A1, A2 in, oh wait, not yours, sheet 1, I mean COC head. COC head $B through $B, match exact, and that should give us back the incorrect, oh, exclamation point formula. Wait, how's my formula still wrong? I put the exclamation point inside of the quotation marks. Okay. Now that's a lie though. Oh, duh. We need to return B matching on A. What do you think? What are you doing, man? Whew. Okay, so that means if we were to change NR 04157 to NR 04199, then we should see that lookup match. Good, 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 good. So we'll do that in a second. Again, I'm going to send the email now. What do we call the lab? Hello, sorry, I was looking away. Hello, Pixasaur. How have you been? And hello, Snubble. So for those of you just arriving, I wanted to ask this question that DC Aggie has in case you have any input. He was saying his message originally read, I know it's not community day, but I'd really like to ask the group for advice on hosting services. I have Ionos and they keep raising the prices. I mostly just need wildcard email addresses for 2 domains. I need to dyslexic those for 2 domains, 2 wildcard domains. So star@domain.com. Waiting for Lion to still be alive. I'm alive. I'm writing an email. If anyone has something they like, I'm all ears. And then Marcus Voice Coder not recommended, just indicated that he uses Azure Communications. DC Aggie is like, I'll take a look at that, find out what it is. And then DC Aggie further explained, my needs are simple, 2 domains, and I want emails forwarded star@my-domain to my actual email addresses. So hosting 2 domains and providing wildcard email forwarding. And Pixasaur wants our opinion on something. So hopefully not just mine, because I have quite a few work items to do, but I will give my brief opinion, like not a super duper in-depth response. So the question is, should I get a ThinkPad or a Framework 13? I don't have experience with either of those devices. So I wouldn't be able to compare and contrast them without looking up their specs. I'm assuming they're both like mini laptop type devices, but I don't know for sure. Or tablet devices. Try to figure out how, what was I saying? Oh, the lab data upload utility sorts the templates when displaying them, so I can pick the right one. There is a delete option for templates. If you would prefer, I just add both. Without use. Just let me know. Still need to coordinate set to make sure he's not trying to create new CSC records at the moment. So I can grab the next available CSC IDs. Okay, for the templates. All right, that email is sent. One more email to moving records from test to prod. Copy the records over from the COC. Records over from test to prod. I wanted, which involves manually seeing the most recently used one and using the next sequential numbers. I'll be right with you. I'll be right with you. Promise. 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 Which involves manually seeing the most recently used one and using the next sequential numbers. To do that, I'm already saying to do that. Are you currently in the process of creating new COCs? Or can I grab the next available numbers now? I worded that totally wrong because I just needed the email to get sent. So DC Aggie says the Lenovo built-in apps are a little bloated and can leak memory. Otherwise, I'm happy with mine. Real question is, will you be running Windows or Linux? I have a Lenovo. I have a Yoga. Is that what they're called? I have a Yoga. I don't use it. My wife uses it because it's super lightweight and a pretty powerful computer in its own right. For being as light as it is, it's crazy. Then Pixasaur said OOP, which only stands for object-oriented programming for me. I can't think of what the actual term means. Framework is modular as Hecky laptop. ThinkPad is framework before framework was framework. Linux, Arch, Winix. How dare you suggest Windows? Angry face? Or is it just a crown? Can't tell. Then Snapple says Linux, Windows, when there is SteamOS. Oh, SteamOS. Then DC Aggie said, then my Lenovo software caveat is moot. I was really worried about IBM's after IBM's sold, but things have stayed pretty good as long as you avoid the entry-level options. And my small sample size of laptops often over the past 5 years or so have shown machines targeted at corporate users like those from Lenovo and Dell have worked very well with Linux. Not sure if credited due to the Linux community. Credit is due to the Linux community, component vendors, or Lenovo/Dell. Either way, both my ThinkPad and Dell laptops run Fedora desktop perfectly. So yeah, Dockerizing or not Dockerizing, containerizing or Windows subsystem for Linux seems like a viable option if you want the benefits of both being able to run Windows apps and Linux environment. Dual boot, buying a system that was Windows and just reformatting, installing Linux. It sounds like the actual machine itself will do just fine with Linux. According to DC Aggie's how did you word that? Limited small sample size of laptops. Okay. Whew. So we have our records. We're going to get the next. I'm just so lazy. To update. So what I'm going to do is pretty much just make a sequence increasing number and then concatenate it with NR in the next column over. So if that is blank, then blank, otherwise U plus 1. And then duplicate that, then equals if U are blank, then blank, otherwise concatenate NR underscore 0, just because I know that it's going to chop off the 0 because I want them to be numbers, and whatever value we have in there. Then duplicate that. And so now all I have to do is enter one number. So let's say that the first starting number that I find is 4180. Then it'll just increase and give me my updated TRN, COC IDs for everything. And all of these update and all of these update. COC meth. That said, we don't have one yet. So what we are going to do is now get the SQL for all of these as insert statements. So equals insert into COC head, and then we'll just, again, because lazy, I'm just going to say this column, oops, and sorry, this cell, oops, and comma, this cell. This cell, pasta, this cell. No, I forgot a closing quotation mark. How did I miss a closing quotation mark? That was weird. Maybe I wasn't and I was just seeing things. I was probably just seeing things. Okay. And then we're actually going to do that differently. We're going to put that up here. Then we're going to do values here. And then each of these will be their own value. Hello, cool buns. I mean, Burns. I like your buns. How's it going, Prada? I can read, dang it. How are you doing today, Burns? Is it a good day for you? Are you having fun? Because I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. So, goodness me, my hands are in the wrong place on the keyboard. Help. I've forgotten how to type. Okay. The first value that we're inserting is a string. You can call me Buns if you like. I'll stick to Burns. I'll do my best. Or Cool Burns if you want me to say your full name. full name, you know, your full real name. If, and this is always going to be null, but I'm still, oh, right. Cool burns by day, hot buns by night. Heck yeah. if D2 is the literal word null, then we want to output null, else the value in D2 and comma, oops, not just the value in D2. That is a string column. Wait, why D2 again? Oh, yeah. Never mind. Just kidding. And comma, 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 chameleon. Oh. Okay, whose energy is this? It's kind of fun. I like it, but it's a bit much. Where are we? E2 and F2. Why? Uh-oh, I'm missing a closing quotation mark. What? Where am I missing the quotation mark? I don't see it. There is no IIF. First of all. Yeah, that's what it was. What is that just VBA that I'm getting the inline IIF from? VBA and VB.net? Because that's how you do inline ifs in VB.net, right? Oh gosh, this is going to be so wrong. I am not paying attention. Comma, quotation mark, and... Oh, I can't see. Can anyone see? So I have a single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote, single... Yeah, we're doing fine. Don't doubt yourself. G2. H2. Oh. If expressions in VB. Bill Gates doesn't approve. And your point. Single quote and I2. So I'm assuming that those are both string columns. I'm pretty sure they're both string columns, right? Access. Yeah, but isn't it also in any VBA? Or is it only in access? Yeah. Maybe in SQL as well? An inline if? J2. And K2. In SQL, you have cases, right? Case when. But really, you can't use IIF? Yeah, you can use IIF. It's a thing. I am crazy. The end. That's the end of my statement. In C#, we have ternary operations and switch expressions. Yes, we do. Isn't it nice? What do you have in F#? I say you because you're the only one that uses it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Please don't hurt me. M2. M2. Oops. Two, P2, Q2, 2. Does anyone know my alphabet? S2, T2, like the Terminator 2000. Or T1000 Terminator 2. U2, like the group. V2. W2. Oh, is rel date an actual date? We'll need to figure that one out. We need the if statement for remarks, and then that'll be it. And if you are not blank, then comma, otherwise blank. Okay, we need to figure out if the rel date is an actual date field. It is not. It is just, like everything is a string except for Erdmis. Erdmis is not a string. Erdmis is a small int. So you can't be that. You must be just D2. Okay, let's see what this looks like. 3 is a small int. Thank you, DC Aggie. Marcus said, I missed the NZ function. NZ lookup? That was, I don't really remember what the NZ stuff was. Do I? No, I don't know what NZ is. Can you enlighten me? Snobble said, in F sharp, there is no if statement because there are no statements. So if in F sharp is an expression. Also pattern matching. Yes, pattern matching is so good though. I like it. We're looking for that query window that I started. Turn off wrap for a second. All right, so I am missing a closing quotation mark somewhere. And it's at the very end. It's at the very end. Can't believe I missed that. Okay, and then the last one was D2. I forgot to update this to X. Okay, fixed that. And now what do you say? Are we well formatted? Nope. The null. Goodness me, how did I do that? Get rid of that one. Got it. Nailed it. First try. Did you see that? First try. Beautifully formatted. Wonderfully done. Great job, you. Great job, you. Okay. We're going to do essentially the same thing for column Z. And then we're just going to get rid of a few things. Oops. Get rid of those. And then column Z for U2. And we can get rid of everything after G. Okay, this goes back to you. DC Aggie says, I'll invent anything with Z in it. I will if, oh my gosh, that's where I messed up. The very first word. If I invent anything with Z in it, I will instead stylize it as Z, so I never have to hear Commonwealth mangle it. For example, if I were Nikon, the ZF would be called the ZF. Furthermore, I may need to rename HP as HP or as HP. It's really hard trying to spell out H if you haven't found that out yet, because AYE is pronounced I. And if you do ACHE, then that's pronounced ache in English. And so it'd have to be something like AYCH, H, or AICH, which could also be pronounced ich as well. Or just ending with CH at all could sound like no matter what. Anyway, fun times, right? Best things to think about on a Wednesday. I was going to say Thursday. And we are here. Wait, where are you? Oh, yeah. You're supposed to be Y3. And if G3, oh, dang it, we don't want G. G is the ID column. Such a cheater, such a lazy cheater. Oops, did I go too far? I might have gone too far. Wait, how did... Uh-huh. We got this. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic. It's fine. Everything's fine. That works. Aim minus the M plus CH. Z is easier. Pro tip. If you think you're having a nice quiet day at work, maybe switch to the Gmail tab to see if you've been signed out. Oh, I don't check my Gmail during work. All right, this needs to be G. And we need to be able to insert F2, F1, formula racers. And we need you to be able to insert, comma, and F1. Oh, F2, goodness. All right, no quotation marks around this one because it's a number. Everything else is a string. There are no nulls in this, so we don't need to worry about that. Change you to B2. Make sure you're surrounded by single quotes. No, how did I? Okay, all right. Does this represent the row? You can't see. NR04157 10092499 is a string, NNDMEA 521 number with no ID. Yes, it does. This is correct. Hello, Donna. How are you doing? So we have a question request for information, another one. So after I read off Donna's, I will read off DC Aggies again, just in case anyone else is here that has input. But Donna is asking, hi, fellow devs. Anyone who has any experience or advice when it comes to batching incoming requests? I want to batch incoming data in terms of size and time. Or in other words, process the batch if count is greater than some threshold or if some time X has elapsed, regardless of current batch size. I thought about using channels for this, but I can manage to create an easily testable solution. Oh, can't manage. I think there might be some extra information needed. At least for me, I wouldn't be able to answer this regardless of if you gave me all the information, but I think we need to know what kind of system you're using for getting your messages. Is it a message queue? Are you using Azure Functions? Or yeah, just how are these messages coming through? Because when I hear the word channel, I think of either RabbitMQ or SignalR. In which case, I would take the messages like... This is probably a terrible way of doing it, so don't listen to my suggestion unless it actually does have helpful information for you. And that is that I would pretty much put the messages, since I don't know exactly how to manipulate message queue. Oh, it's just HTTP requests to an API. Interesting. So you aren't using any kind of messaging systems at all. So you don't have the luxury of using message queues. But I guess that would be my recommendation then. Use a message queue. And wait until there are X number of messages or X amount of time has passed. And then grab the messages from the message queue. But do you need the responses to be associated with the HTTP request? So, for example, if I did a request on my client machine to your API endpoint, and someone else did a request to your API endpoint, would they be sitting there waiting on their machine until the API endpoint processes all of the requests and then sends it back to our requesting machines, client machines specifically? Or are the API requests just send the request and then that's it, leave it alone? Because again, that really does sound like a case for using a message queue. Message on a queue scenario, so the producer API request shouldn't have to wait because of processing. Cool. Yeah. So plenty of ways to do it. The one that is probably the one that would require you to need to learn more is using a message queue of some sort. I recommend RabbitMQ. It's pretty simple to set up and use, in my opinion, but it's been a million years since I set it up, but it's been working ever since, so I haven't needed to touch it. And the second one is to just store, like, let the API request come through, but instead of processing it, you just store the message on a file that the API has access to, like a JSON file, or in a database. And then once you have X number of records in that file and or database, then you process all of the requests again in a separate method. So you get a new message, you check how many files, how many records are in that file or database, and if it meets that threshold, process them. But this is why message queue is better, because you have the risk of two people sending a message at the same time, and they're both like, hey, the storage place that you have, the queue that you're using, which is a file or a database, has enough records, or it's been enough time since the last time that we processed them, that we should now process all of them. So you're waiting on the requests to happen, versus a worker service that is constantly polling your message queue saying, are there new messages? If so, how many are in the queue? Give me those messages. If there's enough in the message queue, give me those messages, mark them as I'm looking at them. I'll take care of them. If I fail to process any of them, then they will time out, and they will get marked as pick me up when you get the chance. And the next time I look, then I'll pick them up. You can also do things with dates. So yeah, I don't know. I guess the only answer that I really have is message queue. So if anyone else has better responses, then please feel free to give your opinions, suggestions. Yeah, I kind of sold myself out of the idea of using a file or a database. Okay, need to change this over to be C first. Then we will move you over 2. Then we will cut you. And then we will cut you. Hello, what is this we're building? So, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I am One Lion. I'm a .NET developer who is streaming while I do my actual day job. So what you're seeing me do is some database work at the moment. This is not an elevator pitch for the app that we're currently working on, but yeah, we are just trying to get work done is all. Bit chewy is all. B. Wait, what happened to the updated mother? Flounders. But the place that I work at, Zerg, can I call you Zerg? Is the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, and it is a location where there was a massive environmental hazard. Lots of hazardous chemicals got out, and it was just bad, so it needed a massive cleanup effort. That cleanup effort is done, and so what they are doing now is just making sure that all of the cleanup stuff is good to go. Man, I'm trying to think and do stuff at the same time. I need to just do one thing. Respond only. Just they're waiting on this. So the applications that I work on are the applications that are used to track and manage all of the environmental information on the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. We take soil samples, send them to labs, water samples, air samples, send them to labs. Those labs do analyses on them. They check them for chemicals using specific methods, and they send us back the results. The system that I'm working in is the system that they send us those results back in. And we're just migrating some data over from test to production because there was an effort for trying to get a tool set up so that more labs can send us information, so that we support more labs. We used to only use one lab. They gave us data back in a very specific format, And we now have other labs that are doing the analyses and giving us results back, but they send us back spreadsheets, workbooks, Excel workbooks, CSVs that are formatted differently. And so we needed a way to be able to map from the data that they give us to the data our database expects. And so we wrote an app a while ago called the Data Import Utility. It's open source. It's currently on. Speaking of, I can't do that yet. Hold on. It's currently on my GitHub. But then I, what did I do? I made a more specific version to our needs, to our situation. Bot app. Oh, right, you're right. Before I do that, archery bot. Sorry for the dark screen. And we're back, just like that. Connect. I think we're gonna connect. Might not connect. Oh, he needs to spin up? Why do you need to spin up? I don't think we need to connect. Okay, look, we don't need that. Just take me back to the app. I broke the app already. Okay. Studio mode this time. Archery bot. Refresh. Clause. Go. Why suddenly? This is very confusing, yeah? Why must you be so confused? Oh, I don't know. We're gonna have to go without it for now. But my GitHub is actually the GitHub I got words today. Automated Realms LLC.com/data import utility. Let me make sure this is the right one, but I have to manually put it in because bot is being veered. Yeah. Nope. GitHub.com automated realms LLC. It's not working. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I'm doing. You're here to watch someone who doesn't know what they're doing utterly fail. Okay, so this is the open source version of the data import utility. It is not complete yet. I am still working on it, but it is open source. And then the version of it that we're using is specific to importing the lab data into our specific databases into that format that we're expecting. So the users have been using it in test, and one of the steps involves manually creating these things called chain of custody records, which are the things that say we've collected these samples, we've put them in a sealed container, sealed bag, whatever sealed thing, with this chain of custody record inside of it saying this has not been tampered with between us sending it to you and you receiving it, and you being the lab. So they need to create chain of custody records in our app, followed by performing the request to submit the samples to the lab using another system. And then the lab does their analyses and then sends us back the spreadsheet, which we're uploading ourselves. Another lab uploads it directly to RTRAC, which is the third app in this series of things that we need to do in order for these samples to show up in our database. So what I'm currently doing is trying to get the test records that were already created for the same records that they're trying to upload using this lab data import utility and get them into the production database. There's just a few processes that happen when you use the app versus just trying to do a straight SQL query to upload them into the database. So that is what I'm currently working on. It's all .NET. Blazor is what I use for the applications, but we still have 2 applications that are .NET Framework that are being upgraded, and 1 application that's a VB.NET WinForms application that's being upgraded to Blazor as well. Whew, did we do it? Did we make it through? So back to chat. Donna says, thanks. I think my concern is less really about the source or destination for the data, but rather about the algorithm for processing them in batches. Yeah, and there's no way that I know to store stuff on a server in a simple way that doesn't involve message queues. To store requests on a server. As I mentioned, you could kind of make your own message queue. So the algorithm would be store the message in database, store the request in database, or store the request in a JSON file. Make sure only one thing has access to the file at a time if anything else tries to process it. So you have one worker service that is constantly running on that server machine that's checking, hey, database, how many messages are there? How many requests are there? How much time has passed since the last time that we have processed the messages or the records? And then if it meets either of the 2 thresholds, then do the processing. So all of the logic would move out of the API and into that worker service. The only thing that the API endpoint does is say, I got your request. It's in the queue. That would be my recommendation. How do I... anything? Okay, I am going to look away, except with birthday cards. Then we're all pro currency versus con currency. Very good, Dusiagi, very good. I am going to, and I'm going to say it this way just because I'm terrible at using words. I'm going to ignore chat until I get the SQL statements updated correctly. It shouldn't take me too much longer, but I want to make sure that this gets done very soon because they're waiting on this. And then I will turn back to chat. So this one needed to use B2, and we are now. So let's just make sure it is using B2. And here we were working on this one, which needs to use everything through O is how I'm going to do this one. So stop here. Then I'm going to move it over 1 column. Good. Take this, boot it over here. All right, so that one should be good to go now. Same thing for you. You're going to go through O. O, O, O. I'm so blind. Through there. Move you over 1. Take this, move you over to here. Okay, so we got B through N and O3 instead of X3. Okay. Okay. Then we need columns. H, I, and J to be numeric. So getting rid of the quotation marks from those. Oops, if I can get the right character, perhaps, perchance. Nope. Oh my goodness, I can't see. Wait, H, I, and J. Okay, so those are now numeric, and position, so and N. And finally, change all of these nulls. So they're all just null. So I have two ways that we could go about it, which is to just not insert into those or to change them to null in the query. And I think doing that is just going to be easiest for me right now. Here's column K through M. And that'll just be null, null, null. Okay. Anything else weird? Field sample ID is a string. And then we're going to use the updated COC ID. I didn't get anything back from the field technician or field supervisor, whatever his title is, the dude that is in charge of all of the people that do the sampling. So I'm hoping that means that no one is creating new records in chain of custody. Let's take a look at production real quick. And also, okay, so I'm done with that. So I'm back to chat, by the way. Zerg, one of the things that maybe you should know about the applications that I work on is that we have a lot of them. Dev.azure.com. I'm a solo developer. I am contracted to work directly for the prime contractor at this location. They have a contract with Department of Defense, Department of the Army, one of them. But they have only hired one developer. They really liked the work that I did for them before when we were on a different contract. And I had a junior developer with me while we were working on that. Then many things changed. I went to a different company. They were like, we would still like some help with the apps. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll see if it's okay with that company for me to work part-time with you still and support your apps. They let me do that. And then eventually I moved over to doing that full-time with them because it was just a better situation. So now I'm doing that full-time, but these are all of the repositories that I have in Azure DevOps. They're not even the repositories, they're the projects that I have in Azure DevOps, because something like the connection manager has one project per database, or one repository per database. And each repository has 3 projects, the DB context, the models, and the migrations. Then the rest of the projects, they initially were IBM WebSphere applications, aka JSP. There's a playground project. Yeah. So this was intended to be, you want to do a proof of concept, you want to do a prototype. That's what goes in here for me. Then there was also the, what's the one that I did for new people? Quests. The Quest project, because we had a couple of instances where my junior developer left and then we got a new junior developer. Most of them weren't familiar with Blazor because it was just coming out. So I put together a set of projects that the new developer would be able to start on, go through these things so that they understood the technologies that we're working on, and they would get quest rewards for them, quest points for them. I thought that was a really, really cool way of doing that, so I adopted it. But again, now I'm just a solo developer, so no more junior developers to give quests to on quest points. Now I'm sad. And hello, Harish. But yeah, so the majority of these were JSP applications that I converted over to .NET Framework 4.7 MVC applications. Then I went to Blazor from there, .NET Core. And as I mentioned before, there are 2 applications that are still .NET Framework MVC applications and 1 application that's a VB.NET WinForms application. That used to be VB6. So there used to be 3 VB6 applications that we converted over to VB.NET. 4 applications that used to be VB6. If you count DDMS tools as a separate application. Do you miss your junior buddies? I do, in the sense that they were helpful. And they were cool. They were very cool people. But I still feel like I am able to be very productive as things are currently. Man, that sounds really terrible to say, doesn't it? I'm enjoying being a solo developer. While at the same time, of course, being stressed by it because there's a lot of work to do with all of these applications. JSP to ASP.NET MVC to Blazor, that's quite a lineage. Plus, no. The VB6 went VB6, VB.NET WinForms, Blazor. The JSP apps went JSP, ASP.NET MVC to Blazor. Solo with an audience, hecklers. Well, again, I've been doing software development for a long time as a solo developer or with a junior who was just starting out. And so I was really wanting a community that wouldn't berate me for asking questions. Why was WinForms chosen over VPF? Because I don't know WPF. I'm not very, well, I know WPF. I'm not very good at XAML, and Blazor wasn't out at the time, so I couldn't just use WPF with Blazor WebView. And so I chose the technologies I was comfortable with. I had this much time to convert over that many applications. So it wasn't an easy task. That even work? I have no idea if that even worked. Let's find out if it worked. It did work. Oh my gosh, can't believe it. So there is one change that I made, and I'm kind of interested to see what happens. But automated realms is now pointing to a different LLM. That I need to configure here. Safe. Hold on. Hey, no, not Angie. Lev. Oh, this is getting so confusing. We have 3 Levs now. And I get the system message for automated ROMs, please. Okay, thanks. Save changes. Okay, what do you say, automated realms? Do you know how to talk with us now? Do you know us? Hello, friend. Come on, please. Oh, my guy. I see nothing. The one GitHub command went through and that's it. What else do we have? Roll die. Interesting. So the LLM part isn't working. Did I spell automated ROMs? No. Oh, I was going to do... Wait, I did put that in. Interesting. Ah, okay, so the HTTP request timed out. Weird. We'll eventually have automated realms back a little bit smarter. I'm using a different LLM model. Large language model. Okay, we're so close. So I gave the field supervisor time to respond. They didn't respond. I'm going to go to production. No, we were going to log into chain of custody and see if there are any new chain of custody records. Because they do this pretty much every day. They go out, collect samples, send them to a lab. I don't even know how to use this app. No new actives. Bunch of submitteds with the most recent of NR 04191. Okay, so it looks like they aren't in the process of adding new ones at the moment. So I am going to grab the next available chain of custody ID from production. DC Aggie says, don't laugh, but 90% of what we use that other bot for is getting timers and flipping coins, rolling dice. I mean, if it works, I love my tabletop games, so I'm not angry at that. I said other bot, I meant assistant. This one is really, really sensitive. RTRAC, tables, chain of custody head. Nope, RMACOC, tables, chain of custody head. Okay, our next available, sort by order by COC ID descending. That's not really going to work, is it? Because the letters. So we need to get substring COC ID starting at character 4 and getting back 5 characters. And it can't be a template. Oh, there's so much. Select top. Let's do top 10. Pasta. COC ID. I'll do this one on stream on my dev database so that we can all see it together. Here's the query that I'm currently running. Which is select the top 10. Only the numeric part of the COC ID. Or so I hope. but I also need to filter it by COC type is not T. Not T. Do you get it? Not T. Goodness, what are these numbers? What are 1, 0? What are those numbers? Where we're going, we don't need servers. Server is down main. A buffet? I hope it's Chinese. Oh, I haven't had Chinese buffet in forever. Yeah, these are, it's really annoying. Like, why can't we just use the ID itself for our records? Well, first of all, most of these tables when I got here did not have a primary key, relationships to other tables, or of course an ID column, because that would be the primary key. The tables that did have a primary key column were strings that were entered. Hello, Mars. Goodness me. So what am I supposed to do? And actually, you know what? I need to just look at the logic for how it gets the next available COC ID. That's what we'll do. Yeah, because these are still too high. Why are these getting COC ID numbers all the way up there? That should be down in the 4000s range. Oh, okay. Okay, don't mind me. Just panicking. Don't panic. Don't, comma, panic. Await new COC ID. Oh, which is get next COC ID. So to get the next COC ID, we use the COC heads table that I am referencing, where, well, we aren't doing a T. Exclamation point, breath. You don't want to smell my breath. It's pretty bad. I had some buffalo wing Ritz cracker, not Ritz, buffalo wing Cheez-Its. They were super duper tasty. Everything is fine. The fire is supposed to be there. So new ID is where string is null or white space. We need the prime contractor. Okay, so the prime contractor is going to be RM. Or NR, sorry. Is it going to be NR? It is going to be NR. So we don't need this. We need and COC ID like percent, nope, NR underscore percent. I really just need, can you guys stop running for a while? I mean, I'll need you in a second, I think, but right now we don't. Good, here we are. This is what I was expecting to see. So NR04177 will be the next available number. Let's just check chain of custody again. I do have an email out to the lead, so they would hopefully respond if there were new chain of custody records being created. Actives, none. Submitteds, I think 04191. 04191. Oh, duh. This is in my database. I was like, that's not right. So let me run it in production. 04191 is the highest ID. So we're going to say 04192 is the ID that we're going to start with. No. Okay, so that should update all of our queries. And the way that we're going to do this is we're going to insert into COC head, then insert into COC samp, since this COC ID needs to exist in COC head. And finally, COC meth. And we will do this in a transaction, which we do by typing begin transaction emit, right? All right, we are in my dev database, so this should be fine. If we do it, it should be fine. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. And we're going to sort by COC ID, descending. No idea why I wrote it like that. And you are going to be S dot and M dot. It'll be fine. Destroys database. Speaking of, I need to do a backup before I run this on production. Invalid column, updated COC ID. Who is still referencing updated COC ID column? You jerk face. I can't believe you would do that to me. Hey. This happened at work once. It happened. I have a horror story. I'm not going to share the horror story, but in short, let's just say that another person who used to be called the systems admin deleted a whole bunch of people's data that they had on a shared network drive, including the equivalent of the chief or commander or main person in charge. That was fun times. I got to do lots of recovery. Okay. So because that failed, it should have rolled back. Right? It probably didn't roll back now that I think of it, though. It did. Okay. The head person in charge. I can't think of his title right now. The site director or something like that. Invalid column name field samp ID. Really? These came directly from the query. What do you mean that's an invalid column name? Where did I get COC head having a field samp ID column? Nope, this is COC samp. Field samp ID. field samp ID. Big boss. Mar says, my title is Director of Operation. My job is Head Janitor because I'm always cleaning up messes. Zerg says, we had an automatic system to upgrade databases when running app updates. This was for a WinForms app, but one of my colleagues ran an invalid update statement hoping to test it while being connected to production. The things we do. I'm gonna back this up like right now, just in case you're starting to make me feel like I'm gonna need a very nice backup. RTRAC, nope, RMA chain of custody. What is today? 0604. Database, RMA COC. The backup of database has been completed successfully. That was the production database. We're backed up. Ew, we're backed up. Why is this thing telling me? Because it's the wrong table name. I usually tell it to use the worksheets sheet name so that I don't run into this issue. But I forgot that step. Okay, let's start over. This is why I'm doing it in dev first. Okay, chain of custody head. COC samp and COC map. Okay, what do you say this time? Success. And we go from 04176 in dev to 04192. And I am sorting by COC ID descending. Good. That's exactly what we want. Okay, I'm going to take this over to production. We're starting with record 04192, right? 04192. No emails. One last check in chain of custody application to make sure there were no new records created. One more run of the query in the database. 04191 is still the highest ID number. And execute. It's now in production. If it wasn't meant to be, then we're screwed. We are so screwed. I forgot to change their statuses to A. Dang it. I knew that there was going to be a thing. But that's fine. That's not that big of an issue. I can do that right now. Okay. We're going to update. Oh, I'm going to do this on, again, dev first. So here is what I am doing next. We are updating COC, updating COC head set status, COC type equals A, where COC ID in, and then we're going to specify this list. I'm pretty sure that was right, Copilot. I appreciate it. However, I don't trust you at the moment with database stuff. Okay, so all that we're doing is we are setting the COC type column to A for the records that we just inserted. We're getting rid of this, doing it in dev. Why? Oh, because we're filtering by E. Let's filter by A. Okay, good, good. 04192 through 04211. Great. Those are the only active records currently. So now I'm going to run that on production. I am really not comfortable doing this. That's okay. If you fake the confidence and you just change the stuff that you think you're supposed to be changing, and you just run it, everything works out. So oh my gosh, the waves of anxiety that just ran through me when I ran it. Whew. Okay. So now if we check the app, I will read chat here in a second. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here they are. 04192 through 04211. All right, we're going to load. Oh, do we have to load them one at a time? I think we have to load them one at a time. Load it, check it. It's going to just tell us, hey, the date that you have in here is not today. It's not an error, but you usually do not submit samples for days that are not the current date. And that's fine. We're okay with that. So we are going to submit it. That changes it to submitted status. And now we have active 04192 gone. Submitted 04192 is there. Why is this one in here? Why is there one for EF in production? Oh, man. We're going to have to compare that one to the ones that we just added ourselves. Goodness, why? Why? Okay, so I am going to only submit them from here on out because I'm confident. And this is kind of showing me room for improvement in the application. It's like, this is one heck of a process if you need to do a whole bunch of them all at once. I would like to just select all of them and do the check on all of them and then submit each of them all in one batch. But that's fine. It's okay. They don't usually work like this. They do 1 to 2 a day. Again, I will read chat as soon as I'm done with this. I just want to be careful. And the reason that I started at the bottom is because for whatever reason, when I inserted them, it inserted them with the most recent first. That's not good. Okay, we can't submit that one. Can't submit that one either. What happened to these? They have records. What's going on? Did I submit any that didn't have? Yeah, we wouldn't be able to submit them if they didn't have analyses. What? All right, I'm gonna refresh. Actives. What's going on? What is going? All right, while I'm waiting for that to load, where was I? Zerg was talking about the automatic system to upgrade databases. Then DC Aggie said, we should navigate an org chart like a family tree. That's my great-great-grand boss. As chief, I oversee a dozen children, hundreds of grandchildren, and many thousands of great-grandchildren, etc. Zerg says, I accidentally reverted my work and my AI buddy, Lisa, which is lingual interface and system analysis, or because I needed a name, just said, see, this is why we can't have nice things. Aww. You have such a nice assistant, AI buddy. Marcus said, I was responsible for creating the address file for the Caravan Club, but I put it in the wrong folder and they ran with the previous month's one. So lots of subscribers complaining. Never made that mistake again. Okay, let's figure out what happened to NR 04199. We need to be in exported. Okay. 04199. I'm looking in production. And I see 04199 has 3 records, but those 3 records are not loading. And why is that, dear sir or madman? Oh, we were already on that record. It's not going to reload. Okay. 04199 should have 3 COC meth records associated with it. Dang it. So the one thing that I love the JSON grid extension. The one thing I don't like about it is that you have to be on the extension when you do the request, which is really annoying. It's like, just get it from the network tab. Dang it. Okay. And I specifically want to look at 04199 because that's the one that I'm focused on. I could have just looked at the other one. Okay, here's what we got as far as our response is concerned. Very, very concerned. Actually, let's just pop this out. Why are you over there? I'm back. Okay. Our details will have the sample data the sample data will have the analyses. The analyses have no method IDs. But then why were the other ones working? It's the same exact information. NNDMEA 521. It's the exact same information. So tell me about those others, like 04198, for example. Details, sample data, analyses, NNDMEA, method ID 450229, COC meth ID. No, that's fine. Yeah, none of these have foreign keys to any other tables. We verified that. We made sure that there wasn't anything that had to do with looking up in another table. The thing that is happening, though, is that this 521 value that we're using for the method number, for the method number, only recently was added. But why is it showing up for you and not you? Doesn't make sense. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that if it was a follow. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Hey, I got a response. What time is it? Dang it, 8 minutes ago. NR04199 record. Field sample IDs. Zero, 1, 6. Interesting. Why did these field sample IDs come up as 0 or as 11625? They should be 01. He's probably going to want me to call him. Just a heads up that we might need to end the stream if I need to get in contact with the field supervisor. Sampling and monitoring manager. I have his title now. Okay. So I need to compare, essentially. Actually, we have our spreadsheet that should help us do the crosswalk. So if we're looking at 04199, then that is going to be 04164 in the test database. And we are going to be able to verify this by looking at their field sample numbers. Yeah, you know what? No, that really doesn't make any sense at all. That makes zero sense whatsoever. The values that copied over into the field sample table are all exactly, what is that, 8 characters? Not count, length. They're all 8 characters. Not a single one of them is not 8 characters. So it did put the values into the database correctly. Field sample ID. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, they aren't. Haha. Okay, so here's what happened. Why is it like that though? That's what I want to know. The values when I see the values when they got stored in the database got converted to numbers and then back to strings, which truncated any leading zeros for the ones that started with a 0. That said, what we should be able to do then is update the database and set any field sample ID, and you can see it here. Well, you can't really see it because really small text, but you can see here that this doesn't have the leading 0. So anything that is less than 8 characters, well, let's just do 7 specifically, just because I don't want to mess too much other stuff up. So where field samp ID, and isn't there a lane command in SQL as well? And okay, so we're going to set the field samp ID equal to 0 plus the existing field samp ID for any field sample ID where, or any record where the field sample ID is the length of the field sample ID column is 7. I know I could think a little harder to do something like add the correct amount of zeros before, but we know that it was only truncating the leading 0, and there will only ever be one leading 0 if there was going to be one. Field samp, COC samp. Okay, so we are still restricting ourselves to only working with the new COC IDs that we added. Here we go. He just did it. He just pushed it. Goodness. Oh, the shock. All right. So in the application, which didn't prompt me for you have unsaved changes, it just let me refresh. Oh, that's because we're in test. When we load 04199, then we're good to go again. That was very odd. Okay, so 04199. My nervous system, man. 200. 201. 202. And it's okay. We have a backup of the database. Everything is fine. 203. 204. 205. 206. 207. 208. 209. 210. So about this whole repeated action trauma, Marcus. How exactly does that happen when you work on computers all day? I'm kidding. Awesome. Good. Good, 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 good. So from here, the next step would be to use STRAC to put in the purchase orders for the lab to process these samples. Yeah, finally, great success. Failed successfully, returned code 0.5? Question mark. Exactly. Zerg says, now to hunt the at least 3 other bugs you introduced. Exactly. Oh man, that the fallout is going to be great. It's going to be glorious, and you're all going to be here to witness it. But I can point it to the production database if needed. Otherwise, would you like to try the STRAC portion this time? Question mark. I should just be messaging him on Teams, as I stutter all over myself because I have a million points of anxiety. Okay, I need to step away real quick to refill my water bottle. As soon as I come back, we are going to find out whether we're going to be the ones submitting these using that desktop application, or if the sampling and monitoring manager will do it. All right, I'll be right back. Everybody kick the can. What the orange and gray things are? You can't tell? I made those myself. Granted, I did just kind of throw it together because I had no idea what I was doing and I just wanted something for the stream. The thing on the left, the orange thing on the left, is an orange tabby named Sihu. The gray thing on the right is a gray tabby named Sichu, and they're staring at a screen that has code on it. You can't tell? Do you see it? Do you see it yet? Two tabby cats staring at a virtual screen? No? Not at all? I did my best. Okay. I was waiting for a response. Welcome back, 11D. Did you hear my my description of what the gray and orange things are? So, the gray thing on the right is a gray tabby facing a screen, and the orange thing on the left is an orange tabby facing a screen. So they're both facing away from the viewer, looking at a screen. They're cats. You can see them! Oh, thank goodness. I didn't spend very long making that, but I did put some effort into it. I really did. It's impressionist art, since I'm not very artistic. It's funny, I'm artistically inclined, but I have very little artistic talent when it comes to drawing. They do, don't they? Yeah, and that orange tabby is male and the gray one is female. And the gray one has a bit of energy, kind of, you know, it's a little thing. And the tabby is a kind of chubbier, lazier, looking at you like, yeah, what do you want? Okay. Marcus says, I'm not artistic at all, but the people on the writing club think I'm amazing because I turned the photo into a comic strip using AI. I mean, yeah, as long as you're honest and open and you let them know. DC Aggie says, our new cat with the stunning blue eyes is the one in my channel's clip. He's amazing. Let's take a look. DC Aggie. Your one and only clip, I'm guessing. Nope. You have another clip.
Never mind.
Oh geez.
Good enough, buddy.
What's gonna happen?
Oh, great. Scary. Where are you?
This one's Blair Witch. I'm not sure how that's even still around. Let's try one more time, and if we can't, then we'll just move on to the next task, which is to get the template moved over from test to production. But yeah, that was DC Aggie for those of you that don't know. Every now and then he will stream, and he'll do some gaming. Is this it? This looks like it.
We'll see if I get scratched.
There he
He's
is.
been sitting on my lap.
Bring it up. Hi. Hi.
What a sleepy cat. What a sleepy cat.
Oh, it's the
Oh,
best.
we love your sleepy cat. Oh,
Bless you.
sneezy cat.
Little sneezy. Ah, thank you for that, DC Aggie. I love that cat, says DC Aggie. It's the best. Bestest. Okay. So we want to move over one of the templates from test to production. So as I mentioned before, the users that are working with this lab data that we haven't used before until this point are currently uploading the lab data from Excel, transforming it using an app that we created on stream, and turning it into the records that the RTRAC application is expecting. So that application looks like, let's go to test. Looks like this. And I should have a file somewhere around here that we can use. Why didn't I pin the flippin' Dropbox location for my work projects? Pin. You win. Game. Lab data upload. Samples. Okay, so here is an example. Aww. I loved it though. Oh, that's awesome. What did you do local? Like a Stable Diffusion or Comfy UI install? Did you use Leonardo AI? Did you use Sora? Couldn't be, well, I was going to say it couldn't be like ChatGPT or Gemini because those only produce square images if I'm not mistaken. Did it actually get the lettering on the shirts right, though? They all look consistent. That's pretty impressive. It was ChatGPT. Wow. Impressive. So was this recent? Was it with their new Sora model? Oh. Should be San Variant. So no, definitely not. I can't not see the face on the side of that building. This one? The green bushy mustache. Little eyes. Gray bowl cut. I see it. It was just last week. Well, I like it though. Yeah. Okay, so this is the application that they're using. One of the things that it does is when you upload a file, if it finds a version of that set of columns that you've uploaded before, instead of needing to, this mouse, man, I did not mean to click on the actual template. You know how hard it is to unload a template? When you first upload the file, the column mapping tries to go automatic. So it says, are there any matching field names? And it can match. It just does a very little bit of fuzzy logic, which is let's just remove all dashes, spaces, underscores, and squish everything together and make them all lowercase. It doesn't do anything beyond that. So it just tries to find matching columns in the imported file versus what we're expecting in the database. And it found prep date, it found analysis date, and it found matrix. But you can see matrix has an issue because the matrix column in the database is expecting one character, and the matrix value that is specified in this file is multiple characters. So you would need to set up the mapping of here's the incoming data, where does that map to in the database? If you've already done that, then it'll give you a list of possible templates that you can apply to this file, and you'll have your mapping restored. So the user went through, did that for the test server, they're happy with the mapping, and so now we just need it over in production so that they can do it for real. And so what they indicated is that they have 2 copies of the same template somehow when they only really wanted 1 copy. And the one that they use has a template ID that ends with F3E60. And since my dev version of this has the exact same templates, we should be able to see it. So that is in data file import template, import file, not import file, user import template, boot data. GUID. So this is one of those situations where, is it a glitch in the matrix? We were just talking about cats. The what? Was it because I went straight back to talking about work? Or was it... What glitch happened? I love talking about cats, but I also have a job to do. This is... I don't remember describing a bug in the matrix. I'm sorry. If I did, then I wasn't mindful of it, which means that I lost track of time. And I wasn't paying attention. I want to pay attention. Oh, it wasn't an issue, but I see what you mean. Okay, I'm sorry. The matrix field says that there was an issue, but it's not an... Yeah, I know what you mean. No, you're good. I was lost. I was lost in a dream. This is the matrix field. We were talking about the matrix, and we were just talking cats. Because there was a cat that walked by, and then it glitched, and then it walked by. That was a feature, though. It's indicating that there is a mapping that needs to be fixed in order for this to successfully update into the database. We got this. We're paying attention. So this GUID column, by the way, is one that I'm using. We don't need to do this because this application is internal, and it doesn't really matter if I expose the auto increment ID. That makes it easy for users to guess ID numbers and stuff like that to try to do malicious things. But this is still a way for me to disambiguate templates that have the same name. So if you have multiple templates with the same name and you try to save that template, then we can see the unique identifier, which is just the last 5 characters of a GUID, the unique identifier for that specific template. And so the user is telling me that they have 2 templates that are pretty much the same template for their user ID, which is going to be harder for me to find because it's harder for me to know user IDs right off the bat. But I'm going to assume that these are all me and these two are the templates created by the other user. And so we're looking at F3E60 as the one they want to keep. So what I want to know, do it. So what I want to know is if I delete this record, which is marked as deleted, so it shouldn't show up for them, but they're telling me that it does show up. Weird. At least is marked as deleted in my local dev database, which might have been when I was trying to test it, but there's no way for me to do that because I would need to have been on their account and I don't have a way to log into their account. Anyway, GUHID. What I want to know is if I delete this record, will it cascade delete all of the related records? So anything that's using user template ID 29 should also get deleted. And that means that I can do this on the test database so that when I import the records, it'll only import the ones that he wants to keep. And he said that he wants to delete that record. So the thing that would matter is the field mapping, which goes back to user import template X. What's going on, smirking squiggly? How are you doing? And this is 29. So I want to know if these records here disappear. It should be cascading delete. So let's try it. Nope. Okay, so we will do it using Skull. New query. My brain went bleh. Oh, now would be a good time. So just a reminder, DC Aggie has a current question out to all of us. His question said, I know it's not community day, but I'd really like to ask the group for advice on hosting services. I have Ionos and they keep raising the prices. I mostly just need wildcard email addresses for 2 domains. And he put an example of star@domain.com. If anyone has someone they like, I'm all ears. Marcus said, I just use Azure Communications. DC Aggie was going to look into that. And then also added, my needs are simple. 2 domains, and I want emails forwarded star@mydomain.com to my actual email address. So hosting 2 domains and providing wildcard email forwarding. So if anyone does have any feedback on that, then please feel free to let us know in chat, in Discord, PM him, DM, whatever it's called nowadays. Then if, who is the other person that asked the question? Donna, if Donna is still around, Donna was wondering if anyone has any advice on accumulating API requests and then handling them in bulk when the number of accumulated requests reaches a certain threshold or X amount of time has elapsed, whichever happens first. Okay, it's called whispering. My bad. Make sure to whisper. No, don't whisper into the microphone. People do not like that. Zerg says, certified devs making GUID jokes. Zerg says, I'll fax him. DC Aggie says, don't forget your cover sheet. Oh my goodness, I used to use faxes. Back in the day. Okay, so we are going to delete from, what was the name of that table? Use field mapping, where user import template ID is It's going to be a different ID in test. So it's the same GUID. Man, I'm just going to look at it. It's a one-time thing. We're not going to do it repeatedly. And it's just the test server. Data file import. User import template. And it's the one ending in F3E60. This one. 31. I think those are switched. It's 29 in this. No, it's not. It's 31. 31. Okay, so we're deleting all of the field mapping records, the associated field moo. Oh my gosh, these words. Inquisitive cow. Target type mappable field. Yeah, good. So the only table that has a constraint on user import template is the field mapping. So we should be able to, right after this, delete from user import templates where ID is 31. We do it because this is dev. Who cares if I lose data? And if we inspect and refresh, then we have no records there. Perfect. Okay, good. So I'm going to go ahead and run this on test, and then I will move the data over. So I am looking at test, delete from field mapping, the right database. Okay, great. So that's done. I did that backwards. We wanted to keep the 29 and delete the 31. I mean, keep the 31 and delete the 29. Oh. No. Great. I have it. That's okay. That is okay. I have a copy of it. Everything is fine. This is fine. Okay. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Eurofins that I copied from Scott. Is going to be this. Okay. A cow is my bartender. Her specialty is a mootini. What do you call a cow that can do magic? A mootini. These aren't that great, GC Haggy. I'm sorry. No idea. This was ID number 38. And we're going to select the same fields. The thing that I don't like, and I don't know why it carried over to Visual Studio, the editor in Visual Studio, is when you're editing SQL in SQL Server Management Studio or Visual Studio, if you open up a bracket and you push Control right to go to the next word, it takes you all the way to the end. So you need to do the close bracket first if you want to use the, anyway. It doesn't mean anything. It's just kind of annoying, you know? It's just slightly annoying. And then the user ID, we need to grab Scott's user ID, which is this one. Zark says, as much as I try to remind myself to use Visual Studio's SQL Explorer, I always take the long way around opening MS SQL Server Management Studio. Is that what you're about to say? I like SQL Server Management Studio. I mean, it doesn't have the built-in dark mode, but it looks like the next release, which is going to be distributed using Visual Studio Installer, is going to have built-in dark mode. What Smirking Squiggly said. IIRC, the new SSMS, has dark mode, says Snubble, as well. You are both correct. You will get... we need the GUID. Where's the GUID? So he's not going to care what the GUID is. So what I'm going to do is make it so that the GUID that shows up for him, this is going to be terrible, is going to end with the correct characters, which is F3E60. Is that the right number of characters? F3E60. Ah. Because he doesn't care what the whole GUID is. He only cares what these last characters look like in the UI. Okay, so... we get the... Am I doing this right? Yes. The select doesn't have the same number of columns. Is that what you're telling me? Name. I forgot name. The name is going to be the name that he has for this one. Thank you so much for that. And the description. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate you. The information about it. And there was a typo in this one. I remember that. Okay, let's try that. Invalid column. Yeah, I shouldn't have let Copilot do that. Why did I let Copilot do that? File import. We just need to see the table. Sumimasen, can we see the table, please? Onegai. Onegai shimasu. Okay. We have GUID, name, description, file import template ID, created date, created user, everything else is wrong. Target type hint ID, target type ID, public, ew. And no deleted date. We're going to ignore the deleted date. GUID description, GUID name and description. I am manually specifying the values for file template ID and created date. We are grabbing from my record. Created user is going to be the GUID for the user, and the rest of the values need to be updated from the record I'm selecting from. Good. Good. Okay. Now I need to take that and gosh. Moment. I will get back to chat as soon as I finish this part. I need to be sure that I am doing the right thing. And the thing that I am trying to do is right, finish all of this import process. That's what I'm trying to do. Because I am just going to import the table records, or not import, but I guess it is import the table data directly over from my dev machine into the test database, and then from test to production. So the thing that we really needed to do though was delete. So it should exist in here now. And it does, it's right here. Right, file import ID is going to be 13 instead. When I do this for real. Or I'm just gonna update it now. 13. Okay. So there's that. I have a terrible feeling about this, but it's okay. Isn't it? 29 is going to be the record that we want to delete. Delete from, our ID is 29. So let's do that. Except that we needed to do the, man. With those two. Yeah, that's the one. Delete. All right, and now we need the records from the field mapping. Insert into field mapping. I am not going to let you do that, Copilot. I was going to say bad words on me last time. I'm not going to let that happen again. Let's do GUID. Is GUID defaulted? Do you have a default value? It's non-nullable. So I'm going to assume that that means that it does not have a default value. Okay, so GUID user import template ID, which we'll need to get. Target type mappable field ID, mapping definition required. Select NUID, the new user import templates ID. The answer is yes, and I will answer you more fully in a second, Sheik. Thank you so much for your question. If anyone wants to respond to that question while I am getting this squared away, then please do. Where user import template ID is 38. Correct. That one you can do. All right, so GUID is going to be a new GUID, a new ID. User import template ID is going to be the new record that we just created. Mappable field IDs, definition, and required. Correct. Data. Oh my gosh. Data structures and algorithms. That one gets me all the time. But the short answer is yes. And again, I do want to give you more information about it. Invalid column name user import template ID. No, it's not. Smirking Squiggly wants to know too. Oh, I probably spelled it incorrectly here. Oh my gosh. Why would you let me do that? Okay, so there we go. My keyboard is struggling. Give me power. Okay. So that is square. We got the records back. I need to clear out the user import template table and the field mapping tables from test. I'm looking at test. I'm deleting the contents of those two tables. Then I am importing data. So I'm doing this off screen because there are server names and usernames that I will be typing in, but I am still narrating all the things that I'm doing from my local dev database, which you can see here, the address and all that stuff. But again, it's all local, so it doesn't really matter with that username. And password, which is super secret password. I was just telling you my password. For the data file import template, we are publishing or importing the data into the test server with that username, with my super secret, slightly different password, and that database, and only the two tables, data file, field mapping, and imported template. And I'm turning on identity insert because I want the same IDs to be copied over. We have a successful import. So now we just verify that in test, when I try to upload a file, we see it. I don't even know how to use this app. And we can see all of the items. So that still sucks though. Okay. Then we go over to production. We check the database for any records. And if so, then we clear out those records, blah, 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 blah. User import template. Are these user IDs different? It's entirely possible that the user IDs in the test server are different than the user IDs in the production server. Why does it look like they're already there? The production version doesn't have any templates. The baker's children have no bread. There are no... I'm looking at the database, and the production version absolutely does have templates. Again, it's still possible that it's because the user IDs in the production server are different than the user IDs in the test server, which would make a lot of sense. Okay, where in okay. All right, and user ID for this kid is you, Edito. Oh, you caught me at a time when I was when I'm really trying to get a client request done. I really do want to respond to you. What? That is absolutely the same. So no, that's not the issue. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read through chat and see if I can't get fully focused on this and get it done. But Zerg is saying, did you know you can drag and drop columns and other objects from SQL Object Explorer onto the query editor to paste its name? I did not. It's not actually working for me. I can drag and drop the values, but not the column itself. Dragging the column only reorders in the version of SQL Server Management Studio that I'm using. But you said in SQL Object Explorer. My bag. Awesome. Awesome. I can read, I promise. Okay, so then she came in, or do you pronounce? Do you prefer? Shuck, I think is the other pronunciation of that. Shuck. I could be wrong. Anyway, can a dropout get into tech without a degree if he knows DSA? Even if you didn't know data structures and algorithms, you could still get into technology field. It's more, do you understand the tools that you are using? Can you successfully and accurately fulfill a product request? So it really is all about work ethic and your ability to pick up and problem solve. Pick up new things, problem solve, all of that stuff. DC Aggie is saying college dropout, yes. High school dropout probably won't get past most primary filters in place by HR. That is something I didn't consider. Thank you for clarifying that, DC Aggie. Smirking Squiggly said I wanted to ask the same thing. What is DSA? And now we all know. Marcus said, I spent the first 8 years of my career learning how to kill people. Not very transferable. Were you in the military? Zorg says, new C# keyword, struggling. It will randomly put the executing thread to sleep for several seconds and play soul-crushing noises. I love it. Can we have it? When does it get introduced? Marsa, did you hear Microsoft backend builder AI bankrupt after AI found to be 700 Indian engineers acting like they are AI? Did not. Then again, I don't look for things like that. DC Aggie says to Marcus Voice Coder, just comes down to working on a CV. Let's swap killing people with can achieve significant outcomes with difficult or uncooperative people. Nice. Mar says, AI is no longer artificial intelligence. It's actually Indians. Can we drop that one now? I don't like where that's going. Smirking Squiggly says, now we all know too much. DC Aggie says, drag and drop game ideas. Big Gamey has a drag and drop game. British infantry. You were in the military is what I meant to ask. Okay. Whew. So let us know if that was a good answer, Sheik. And yeah, if we can expand on it any further for you. I need to know why the records are not showing up in production. Why the templates are not showing up in production. When I clearly have records in the production database that match the imported user import templates for tests. This is probably an old version. Let's see if we can publish the latest version of the lab data upload utility. Weren't we already in Azure DevOps at some point? Is that you? No. What did we call it? Lab data import? Nope. Maybe. Are you only a class library? No, you are the UI in the app. Okay. Do we have you in a CI/CD? We do. Interesting. And you have latest main? And did we actually release that? And you have latest main. Do we currently have branches on it? Is that... I'm so confused. But don't panic. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Calm down. It's what I get for being in the middle of trying to finish off something else. Yes, save the errors. Keep the errors, please. Thank you. Oh, man. It's been a while since I've opened this project. Let's hope we have the latest version. Sample app is not a thing. Why are you on my drive? Can we get a branch? We need to trust. Trust me. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh gosh. Which one is deployed to the test server? This looks like it no longer has a... Oh gosh. Oh, what's going on? This does not have a upstream. This was me trying to change it over to using the open source version that we have on NuGet, on GitHub, because what I ended up doing is I only want to maintain one code base. And if you recall, in previous streams, we were maintaining both the version that I had here on Azure DevOps for our private repo and the one that was in our open source GitHub organization. Now I am having the Azure DevOps one only be pull the latest code from GitHub when we do a commit on GitHub and build the NuGet package. Yeah, so here it is. Check out from GitHub, do the build, do the test, and then do the release. And the release is take the generated NuGet packages from the CI build and publish it to our local NuGet feed. And that was last done on the 26th. But I don't know which one the test server is using. So how do we check that? I think I can go to the test server's IIS folder where all of these sites are physically located. Physically. How do I do that? That worked. All right, lab data upload. Do I see anything that has to do with automated realms? Okay, so what this is telling me, since I don't see any assemblies or DLLs that are the automated realms version, that the version that is on the test server is the one from March 6th. Yeah. How do I have one from May 13? Aha, May 13. Okay. So yes, the test server's most recent is May 13th. And production server? Sorry, I'm doing so much stuff off screen. Servers, am I right? Okay, the one that is currently on the production server, lab data upload, was last updated with the same version. Okay, so they are both using the same version of the application. So why would let's logic this out. And if anyone has any thoughts, I am open for thoughts on this. Why would my production version of the application that has the same data in the database, I need to write an email. Well, I mean, I guess I can still try one thing before I go too far into that question, and that's just delete the production server data, and then pull in the data from test server and see if that changes things. So let's just do that real quick. And to do that, I am going to right click on the test server's database for the data file import. I'm going to run those same SQL scripts that we have in this file. Or no, not this one. I'm just going to do delete from the field mapping and delete from user import template. And hello, Dukasoft. I hope you're having a great day so far. You seem to be on the busy side or just not around for whatever reason, which is completely acceptable and okay. But I hope it's going great for you. So we're deleting from that first table everything from field mapping. Then we're deleting from user import template. Then we are importing from test server into production those two tables for the matching database. What is the test database? And the credentials for it? No, the other one. That one. Very good. Okay. Cool. And just field mapping and user import template, enable identity insert, next, finish, do the import, talk to Dukasoft. If you guys don't know, Dukasoft will eventually, one day, I'm on the social side for once, but also busy, completely understandable. I've been super busy lately too, so I've been a lot quieter in other people's streams, but I am often lurking, of course, because I like to support as much as I can. But if you don't know, Dukasoft does sometimes stream, and when he does, it is drone footage of his area, his local, well, I don't even know if it's local area anymore, of the area of some beautiful countryside or city or just some location that he recorded drone footage from. He edits it, puts some good music to it, and has a wonderful time in chat. It's very chill, very laid back. It's local. It's his backyard. Everything that you see on camera is directly on his property. He owns all of it. I think that's what he's trying to tell us. Okay, we've inserted, and now let's test production. Obviously. We grab a record, a file. No. That's the page. Wait, where's the request to get the templates? There should be another request in here. For templates, right? No. Then how does... We're not running on Blazor server, are we? I'm sure we're running on Blazor WebAssembly. Is it in shared storage now? Where did it go? Why does it say, because I have cache disabled? I am extremely confused. I have no idea why we are not getting the templates. I just copied the templates over to production from test. I verified that the user IDs, the files, gefilte fish, import file. It's got to be that. Okay. We're just going to drop all data from all tables. Yeah, we're just going to drop all data from all tables. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay, and we are in production. Delete. Import. It's such tiny text. We're tiny, we're toony. We're all on Big Game Streamy. He got quiet because he's trying to type all of this stuff, and he's doing a terrible job of typing it. Come on. You can do it. Okay, grab all of the tables. Enable identity insert. Why? Go back. It failed, just so you know. I need to turn off constraint checks. Then try it again. Okay, successful this time. Turn constraint checks back on. Test production. All right, what did I miss? We got a shout out for Irish John Games. Is he going to be streaming today? Nobody knows. The answer is he is currently streaming. So we know where we're going at 1:30. Truncate, silly bastards. You can't own me like you can't like own a tree, man. I'm guessing that's a quote from something. We are all owned by Duka. Oh, Dukasoft's property and stuff. Yeah. If you've ever said Duka Duka, you've pledged your eternal soul to him. So maybe. I'm okay with this. This is production. Duka Duka. Why? What's going on? My proper of tea. Why? I have no clue. No sharking clue. Can we just do a local commit? Okay, local commit. Let's go back to main. Full latest main. I am going to switch the database that we're talking to in the dev app to production, which is this one here. Love secrets. Okay. And we're going to figure out what's going on with this in 2 minutes or less. End of world exception. Absolutely. Dude, stop taking my keyboard focus. Stop it. And that failed to launch. Why did you fail to launch? Okay. So we got an error when trying to launch that, which is probably something to do with services not being injected or failed to load configuration. I have an invalid JSON in my secrets. You're an invalid JSON. Because for some reason, the last row and the row just before it got swapped. What's the deal with that? That's very odd. Hi, President, not sure. I was just having trouble with apparently invalid JSON too. I see. I see. Did you bring that energy with you? Get out. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just Josh. No, stay. Pretty please stay. Pretty please. I can't continue my stream if you don't stay. Dukasoff said no docs. Shout out for no docs, which is a Thindle made extension. I would show it on stream, but I already shot myself in the foot too many times. Why? I'm still having JSON parsing issues. Maybe if I just showed you the JSON that I'm using, you could spot the error. Oh, except that, you know, it's my user secrets. Okay. We have our open curly brace, close curly brace, connection strings, open curly brace, close curly brace, comma, send grid options, open curly brace, close curly brace. Everyone that needs a comma at the end has a comma at the end. You don't have a comma. Where did your comma go? I'm just going to try launching it while it's on this screen. And if we get an invalid, we're still getting other errors. So that one was not a JSON exception. It was an invalid login. And what are you doing? You're not. Yeah. Why are you changing the order of things on me? Help? Will somebody please help me? What app do we have that's working? None of them. Right, I wouldn't be able to tell. Let me do this instead then. Let's just be safe and go to this screen. DC Aggie says, catch end of the world exception, X world equals new world, world dot where L arrows L dot name is not equal to mosquito. He wants a world without mosquitoes. President Not Sure said that error made no sense though. I had to dig into the Chrome dev tools to get the actual error message too. Thanks, Firebase. Zerg says that's why I don't like Jason. He's always nagging. Always. You aren't wrong. Jason Lint. Yeah, it was it was some missing commas suddenly. For whatever reason. The thing that I need is this window. That folder. You. So I'm getting app settings. Oh, that's not going to be helpful, is it? Because the app settings connections on the server use trusted connection because I'm running as a service identity, and those identities are the things that have the correct configurations for the database. Why? Can I use instead? I have an idea. Can I use .com? Okay, if I close that, And we can go back to this screen and I try to launch again. This is what we got. We have no errors and it looks like the application didn't load it. Wait, what? I closed the tab and then suddenly the rest of the app decided to load. What are all of these errors? Cryptography, key management. This is odd because I'm not using, or is this app still using it? I don't think that I'm using Duende Identity Server. So, because, no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know why I got all those errors. Point is, we need to know why the application is not loading the templates. That's all we're here for. There they are. What's going on? This is the current application in dev, running in dev environment, but pointing to the production database. So is it still possible that the version that is in production, the app version that's in production, is not the same version as what is on test, even though they have the same most recent update date? DC Aggie says JSON is more forgiving than XML, but somehow harder to visually spot with your eye than XML. Zerg says, for me, it's more about the completeness I can attain using XML, and I've been using XML longer, so it's also just a case of use what you know best. Yeah. I mean, using attributes and conditions and stuff like that sounds helpful when you know how to do it in XML. Okay. That is still going to be the end of my stream, though. I'm going to get this taken care of. Since I need to do a lot of secrets type work, it's better if I do it off stream anyway, but this is my normal ending time. It's not like I'm ending early or anything. My alarm is about to tell me that I need to do my time card. Come on. This is the longest minute ever. So we are going to end the stream here for now. I will be back again tomorrow for more RTRAC development. Hopefully all of this will be done and taken care of. We won't have to do any more database work, even though we will be doing database work, because one of the things that I wanted to show recently was, or that I did recently, was that I reverse engineered the RTRAC database using EF Core Power Tools. And it's called reverse engineer, but you're just essentially scaffolding it and turning it into a database first DB context, and then you do code first changes from there. So I remade the entire migrations, started it over from scratch. I reverse engineered it and told it to also capture all of the stored procedures. So now there are methods that represent the stored procedures in the database, which are just db context dot, or first you create all of the SQL parameters that you're going to pass into the what's it called? Into the stored procedure. Then it does a db context.database.execute SQL raw, and then it passes in the parameterized parameters arguments to the stored procedure. So it's just a wrapper to call the stored procedure itself. So we're going to use that specifically for the record check process that is going really, really slow in the version of RTRAC that we are currently using. There are some issues that are going to come up, which are that it depends on the logged in users' roles to know what to run. But the stored procedures are doing that using the isMember method in the database, which it's always running as the application's account. So we can't use that anymore. We have to find a different way. So anyway, that's going to be it for my time for now. Hi, Kenny. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out, Kenny. Kenny's been working on his overlay, working on a whole bunch of other things, but definitely check out Kenny's channel. Amazing, amazing developer, streamer, extraordinaire. I'm always there lurking. I've just been super quiet. But he added so many cool things to Twitcher and to his overlay. And yeah. Yeah, like you today. Except not as cool. But we are going to raid Christian Games, whose channel is marked as for mature audiences because he does have a lack of filter, which is completely okay. I'm okay with it. But there are people that might not appreciate the language that he uses. So if you're one of those people, then you can hop off the train. Otherwise, definitely join me over on his channel. He is good people, even though lately he's been going through a tough time and all you really hear from him are rant streams and connection issues and stuff. But he's still amazing. He's still a wonderful person, wonderful human to be around. So anyway, that's it for now. Back again tomorrow. We'll be working on RTRAC and getting a lot of stuff done. Okay. I will see you on the next time that you come around and are here and speak. Ciao. Laters. All of my videos are posted to YouTube. If you've ever wanted to see me complain, just look at last Friday. If you've ever wanted to see me break down, I'm sure there's a couple streams in the past couple weeks where I did that. Anyway, here we go. Yeah.